We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you for coming to attention. Good afternoon and welcome to the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Senator Suzanne Geist. I represent the 25th Legislative District, which is South Lincoln and Southeast Lancaster County, and I serve as Chair of Transportation and Telecommunications. We'll start off having members of the committee and committee staff do self-introductions, starting on my right with Senator Frederickson.
Good afternoon. I'm John Frederickson. I represent District 20, which is in central West Omaha.
Mike Moser, I represent Platte County and most of Stanton County.
Go.
Senator Tom Brandt, District 32, Fillmore, Thayer, Jefferson, Saline, and southwestern Lancaster counties.
Bruce Bostelman, District 23, Saunders Butler, Colfax counties.
Barry Decade, District 40, Holt, Knox, Antelope, northern part of Pierce, Cedar County, and most of Dixon County.
And I'm Wendy DeBoer. I represent District 10 in Northwest Omaha.
Also assisting us is the committee counsel, Mike Hibble, and the committee clerk, I'll get it right this time, Caroline Nebel. And our pages are Delaney and Logan. Delaney is studying political science at UNL, and Logan, international business at UNL. On the table near the entrance of the room, you will find blue testifier sheets. If you're planning to testify today, please fill one out and hand it to the pages when you come up. This will help us keep an accurate record of the hearing. If you do not wish to testify, but would like to record your presence at the hearing, please fill out the gold sheet on the table near the entrance. Also, I would note the legislature's policy that all letters for the record must be received by the committee by noon the day prior to the hearing. Any handouts submitted by testifiers will also be included as part of the record as exhibits. We would ask if you have any handouts, if you would please bring 10 copies. And if you need additional copies, the pages would be happy to help you. Understand that senators may come and go during our hearing. This is common and required as they may be presenting bills in other committees. Today, testimony for each bill will begin with the introducer's opening statement. After the opening statement, we will hear from any supporter of the bill, then from those in opposition, and then those that wish to testify in the neutral capacity. The introducer of the bill will then be given the opportunity to make closing statements if they wish to do so. We ask that you begin your testimony by giving us your first and last name, and please spell them for the record. We'll be using a 5-minute light system. When you begin your testimony, the light on the table will turn green. The yellow light is your 1-minute warning. And then the red light comes. When it comes on, we ask you to wrap up your final thoughts. I'd like to remind everyone, including senators, to please turn off or silence your cell phones. And with that, we will begin today's hearing, actually appointment hearing with Russell Kreachbaum. I'm sorry, Kreachbaum. You can come forward, please. Yes, please. And if you don't mind, just introduce yourself and spell your name for the record and just give us a little bit of information about you.
My name is Russell Kreachbaum, Russell. Kreachbaum is Kreachbaum. It's junior. I reside in Merritt County, Central City, Nebraska. I am here for the appointment. I've been married 31 years, 3 children, 8 grandkids, 6 boys, 2 girls. I've this is my 9th year as a county supervisor for Merritt County. And I retired off the railroad with 32 years in May of last year. Other than that, I sit on the volunteer fire department in Central City. And that's basically my life, I guess. I don't any questions.
Are there any questions for the committee? Yes, Senator DeBoer.
Thank you. What interested you in this position?
Well, as you know, Merritt County in 2019 had some road damage, with the flood and everything.
Yeah.
And we've been dealing with it ever since. And I thought, well, what better place to start anyways, I guess, to get more knowledge of the roads, the systems, funding, and trying to make everything a little bit better for the county as far as the roads situation. And And I thought, well, better place to start, I guess.
And the term would only be until the end of this year, is that right?
Yes, I believe it was just filling a position that had become vacant.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. I have two questions. I'm
Okay.
fairly well versed in Nebraska, but it says you're a graduate of Melbeta.
Melbeta, Nebraska. Yep.
Where is that?
That is, if you go, you know where Minutair is at?
Yes,
It's just straight south across the river.
okay.
There was 18 kids in my senior class.
So you're in a big class. Okay.
That's where it's at, just outside of Gearing, be east of Gearing, 9 miles.
Okay. And then my second question is, what exactly does the Board of Public Roads Classifications and Standards do?
Well, I'm still learning that because we've only had several meetings. And I'm, until this, I wasn't allowed to vote on anything, but if there's anything as far as upgrades, classifications to the department or roads, bridges, it has to go through the classification board to be approved or denied. A lot of the stuff is brought by the Nebraska Department of Transportation as far as improvements, changes.
Can you give me an example of what you would classify or reclassify?
Well, if I remember off the top of my head, the last one that I sat in at the meeting was, we had a bridge that was having some changes and they wanted to extend the right-of-ways to the entrance to the bridge and look at any adjustments without having to reclassify it is what it was, but up in the northern part of the state, so.
All right. Thank you.
Here, thank you.
Yes, Senator Decay.
Thanks, Chairman, guys. How versed are you with working with FEMA? You went through the floods in 19. Have you been involved with FEMA and applying?
Yes, I have. I actually sit on the council or the board with Nance County and Boone County with our emergency manager. And she took care of all the paperwork naturally, our emergency manager, but yeah, it was hand in hand with the other two counties because Boone County didn't really have too much damage, but Nance County had quite a bit because of the Loup River. And yeah, so she did all, like I said, Jenna did all our paperwork for us, but it was always a group.
So you worked in conjunction when FEMA inspectors come out and looked at bridges, roads and culverts and stuff like that and
Well, Jenna did.
Jenna?
Yeah, but we was always updated every time that they came out, what the status was and the funding and how much damage and all the particulars of it, yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Kreachbaum, how frequently does the board meet?
Which board?
The Board of Public Roads that you're sitting on? How
It depends
frequently
on
do
what's
you
on
meet?
the agenda, but it's usually the third Friday of every month.
Oh, so you meet pretty regularly.
Yes, I've met, I think we've had 2, maybe 3 meetings.
Okay,
I started coming to the meetings in November of last year.
okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Kreachbaum? Thank you. Thank you for being willing to do this, and I will see if we have any people that are agreeing with your appointment who are behind you.
Okay, thank you.
Any proponents to this appointment? I do have a letter of support that came in for Mr. Kreachbaum's appointment. Are there any opponents to this appointment? Are there any in the neutral capacity? I don't see any. That will close the hearing for Mr. Russell Kreachbaum. I said it correctly this time?
Yes,
Good. Good. Thank you.
thank you.
Now we will go to LB 119. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Geis, members, Transportation Telecommunications Committee. My name is Bruce Bostelman, spelled Bostelman, and I represent Legislative District 23. I'm here to introduce LB 119. LB 119 is a shell bill or a placeholder bill. It does nothing substantive, and it is meant to be a placeholder in case an issue arises later in the session for which we need a vehicle to address something under the jurisdiction of the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the senator? Do you anticipate something coming for this?
No.
Okay, good. All right. Are there any proponents for LB 119? Any opponents for 119? Any who wish to testify in the neutral capacity? Senator Bostelman, he will waive closing, and that will move us to LB 359. Okay, we'll wait just a moment. We're going to wait just a moment until the senator arrives. She's on her way.
That'd be crack up.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, we didn't realize that first one was just like so short. So here we go.
We're here to surprise.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Geis and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Senator Jana Hughes, Janahughes of Legislative District 24, and I am here to introduce LB 359. LB 359 is a very simple bill. While the term simple is thrown around a lot in here in the legislature, LB 359 is that. Currently, under the Nebraska Broadband Bridge Act, the Nebraska Public Service Commission, PSC, is statutorily limited to awarding grants under this program on or before July 1st. This requirement has led to the practice of a single grant application period opening over the month of June, regardless of when during the calendar year the funds might become available. LB 359 would strike that provision and allow the PSC to open grant application periods at any time during the fiscal year, provided that they provide proper notice of deadlines. This change came at the request of the Nebraska broadband providers in reaction to more recent federal programs like the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment, BEAD program, and allocations from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. We like our acronyms here. Both of which are currently set to be distributed here in Nebraska under the Broadband Bridge Act framework. The federal government is still issuing rules and regulations regarding these funds and how they'll be allocated. The end result is that federal funds administered in Nebraska through the Broadband Bridge Act arrive at different times throughout the year. Some of the first dollars in Nebraska we'll see from these programs are expected this month, while others might not be available till November or later. Allowing the PSC to open grant application periods throughout the year positions our seat to more quickly distribute these broadband funds as they become available. They ensure that the PSC can award grants more quickly and efficiently. Grant recipients can plan and implement broadband projects with greater speed and surety that the funding will be there to complete them. we can avoid any potential federal clawback of funds due to delayed distributions, and broadband expansion in Nebraska can continue at the best pace possible to ensure that the unserved and underserved citizens can see their internet access brought up to what is expected in the year of 2023. LB 359 is a simple tweak to improve the PSC's operation flexibility to providers getting access to broadband funds more quickly to complete projects and for Nebraskans who deserve increased access to reliable broadband connections across the state. I am happy to take questions, and I know there are others testifying after me who can provide even greater insight into the Bridge Act grant process and how this bill would help. I appreciate the committee's time and would encourage the advancement of LB 359.
Are there any questions on the committee? I don't see any. Do you plan to stick around for closing?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. Are there any proponents of LB 359? Any proponents?
I thought somebody else would stand up to go first. Good afternoon, Chair Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Dan Watermeyer, spelled Watermeier, and here to testify in support of LB 359. Currently, the Nebraska Broadband Bridge Act requires that applicants for grant funding submit their grant applications on or before July 1 of each fiscal year. This bill would change the provision to allow the Commission to set its own deadlines for each application cycle and provide notice of those deadlines on the Commission website. We think this change would be a positive one for the program and for the Nebraska broadband providers. Applications for broadband grant fundings are lengthy and require a significant workload, both from providers before they are submitted and from Commission staff as reviewing them. As you know, the Commission also administers other broadband-related programs, including capital projects, funds, the BEAD, reverse auction program, the administrator of the NUSF. Giving the Commission flexibility and the annual deadline for applications to be submitted would allow us to better balance competing demands and more effectively coordinate broadband deployment opportunities. For this reason, this Commission supports this bill.
Are there any questions from the committee? I do have one.
Yes?
So when you anticipate announcing, should this pass, announcing a new deadline, how much notice do you have to give companies ahead of
I
time?
think it's probably 30 days, but what we're worried about is staggering the different things we're doing. We've staggered the bridge applications with reverse auction discussions, with NUSF discussions, and obviously now with capital projects. So it just allows us a little more flexibility.
I see. So rather than, you wouldn't anticipate Bridge Act, broadband bridge at the beginning of the year and again in November?
It could be that way.
Okay.
It could very well be if we didn't have applications. We have the flexibility to do that.
Uh-huh.
But we want to have the overlapping issues settled. We don't want to have two applications going on at the same time.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's about 30 days,
I
like,
think, and
heads
I
up.
have staff here if we needed to answer that specific, or I'll just follow up with a letter to you.
that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? I don't see anything.
All right. Thank you.
Any other proponents?
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
How are you doing, Madam Chair?
Doing well.
Members of the committee. My name is Brent Smoyer, Brent Smoyer, and I'm here representing the Nebraska Rural Broadband Alliance. I don't know with this bill that there's much more to be said beyond Senator Hughes' opening and the comments from Commissioner Watermeyer. It really is a simple change, and it really is the flexibility that the PSC is going to need to operate as quickly and efficiently as possible for my members to be able to get projects up and running as soon as humanly possible. I think this morning was a great testament in 683 to how important, bless you, broadband is to the state, bless you, broadband is to the state of Nebraska, and how we need to make sure that we are meeting those standards, those 21st, 22nd century standards in the state. And so by getting this money tranched out as quickly as possible, both hopefully from the feds and into the PSC and from the PSC to our membership, we can do that more quickly, more efficiently, and again, serve Nebraskans to the best of our abilities. With that, happily take any questions.
Any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you.
very much.
Any other proponents?
Chairman Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee, my name is Tanya Mayer, spelled Tonyamayer. I'm the general manager of Mobius Communications and Hemmingford Cooperative Telephone Company. We are rural Nebraska telecommunications companies providing high-speed internet and other state-of-the-art telecommunications services to Hemmingford, Berea, Marsland, River Road, Whitney, Crawford, and Highway 87 in Bosque County. I'm here today to testify in support of LB 359. I appreciate Senator Hughes bringing this legislation and how, if passed, it will provide an opportunity for broadband funds to be distributed with greater speed and efficiency as they become available. As a board member of NTCA, which is the Rural Broadband Association, representing the Central Region, as well as a recipient of Nebraska Broadband Bridge Act funds, I can state firsthand that no matter the state or jurisdiction, when it comes to ensuring fast, reliable broadband access to unserved and underserved rural areas, speed of deployment matters. Unfortunately, planning, deployment, and establishment of new projects hinders heavily on the availability of funds. LB 359 ensures that rather than waiting until a fixed point in the fiscal year, broadband grant cycles can be opened throughout the year and based on when the funding is made available by the state or federal governments. This is especially noticeable in light of the federal ARPA funds, which will be distributed by the federal government at various times this year and likely into the next. Granting the PSC flexibility to distribute ARPA or any other such future programs is a common sense solution that helps us better serve Nebraskans. The sooner the PSC can award and distribute those funds, the sooner we can begin work on projects vital to those we serve and hope to serve, and ultimately working with broadband providers across the state in ensuring no Nebraskan lacks broadband access to their home or business. I thank you for your time today, and I urge you to advance LB 359. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions in the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for driving a long way.
Yes.
Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Senator Geist, members of the committee, my name is Tip O'Neill. I'm the president of the Nebraska Telecommunications Association. We support this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may.
Are there any questions? I don't see any.
Thank
Thank you. Any other proponents? Are there any opponents to LB 359? Any who wish to speak in the neutral capacity? Senator Hughes, you are welcome to close.
Chairman Geist, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to introduce LB 359 before the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. LB 359 is one simple step of many more involved steps to increase access to faster, more reliable broadband service here in Nebraska.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Hughes? I don't see any.
Thanks,
We'll
guys.
close the hearing for LB 359. Let's see. We do not have any letters to read into the record either. We'll now go to LB 722. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Geist and members of the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. My name is Bruce Bostelman, spelled B-R-U-C-E-B-O-S-T-E-L-M-A-N, and I represent Legislative District 23. I'm here today to introduce LB 722, which addresses a critical set of broadband issues. We need to address those issues to prepare the way for larger federal funding, such as BEAD funding. These issues are how we avoid subsidized overbuilding and how we prepare to sustain the network. Both the Legislature and Public Service Commission recognize the importance of avoiding what we commonly call overbuilding. We have tried to avoid subsidizing new infrastructure where existing infrastructure is capable of delivering broadband services. There is no public policy reason to duplicate broadband infrastructure in areas that cannot sustain competition due to sparse population density. That was our intent last year in LB 1024, which we're clearing up in LB 412, thanks to Senator Geist. The legislature has guarded against overbuilding by requiring the bridge funding be used in unserved and underserved areas. The Public Service Commission has meticulously worked to avoid overbuilding through the first two bridge cycles by essentially drilling down to location by location level. This work has been tedious and time consuming, especially given inaccurate mapping and speed data. This bill addresses the issue of overbuilding simply by making it clear that the commission has the authority to consider and decide issues critical to the smooth transition of customers in larger geographic areas. With a significant amount of funding that will be coming to the state, we cannot afford to take the time to dissect Nebraska on a case-by-case basis. We have to act efficiently, and LB 722 is critical to swift build-out. We need to tackle large areas of Nebraska that unjustifiably remain unserved and underserved. Previous session, Senator Friesen understood the importance of large-scale transition, even before the bulk of federal funding made it imperative. He frequently spoke about the need to consider transition of entire exchanges or even larger areas to accomplish larger scale transition without overbuilding and prepare to sustain the network over time. We have to make sure our regulators are equipped with sufficient authority to resolve issues at the nuts and bolts level. We're talking about avoiding overbuild and sustainability at the policy level. The commission has to figure out how to get that done at the practical level. The issues the commission will need to consider, I believe, are commonly agreed. LB 722 simply sets those issues on the table and makes clear that the commission has authority to consider them. As large areas of Nebraska change hands from carriers with other priorities to carriers willing to make long-term obligations to serve customers in the area. Others will follow me to provide testimony about the finer details and background of LB 722, and I want to lay out the basics of the bill. The bill clarifies the commission has authority to address the following issues that will be critical to fast, large-scale deployment of a sustainable network without overbuilding. LB 722 will ensure that we are not subsidizing two providers in rural areas. For rural areas, ILECs receive a Nebraska Universal Service Fund and NUSF support. They receive it to build infrastructure, and they continue to receive it to cover the cost of operating and maintaining the network once it's built. They receive support to sustain their networks, even if they are not broadband capable. In many cases, when it's only 25.3 capability. Many of you know this is a pet peeve of mine, but it's not the focus of LB 722. Right now, ILECs continue to receive NUSF support for areas where a competitive provider received grant funding to serve. Again, we cannot afford to subsidize two companies, especially in the areas where it is impossible for one company to make a business case. LB 722 would allow the PSC to either terminate NUSF support to the ILEC or redirect the support to a competitive provider. If the competitive provider accepts the redirected NUS support for the area, then the law imposes on that provider a duty to serve all rural customers in the area. This duty is commonly referred to the carrier of last resort or COLR obligation. My bill does not mandate COLR obligation. Does not mandate COLR obligation. Rather, very simply, LB 722 authorizes the commission to oversee the transition of both NUSF support and the corresponding COLR duty if the competitive provider accepts the support. I'll give you an example. A competitive broadband provider was given a bridge grant in 2022 to serve rural customers in Fillmore County. It is completing the work of deploying a fiber network to serve those customers. But the ILEC, historically responsible for the serving rural Fillmore County, is still receiving NUSF support to operate and maintain this network in that area. You have two subsidized carriers competing in the same area. That has to change. Universal service support should go to the provider that has the COLR duty to serve customers in that area. LB 722 puts that issue squarely on the table. The Public Service Commission needs to address the question, or we will not be able to continue to operate and maintain the state-of-the-art network we will be deploying to serve rural customers. Another issue the Commission needs to authority to address is somewhat related to overbuilding. To accomplish quick, large-scale deployment, we have to recognize that some ILECs do have some broadband-capable infrastructure with certain parts of the Kohler exchanges. There are existing laws on our books that provide the blueprint for addressing this fact. Those laws call upon the commission to make sure that the ILEC is made whole for the undepreciated value of the assets, the infrastructure. They effectively are forced to strand. We should not be abandoning the infrastructure. Rather, it should be used by the competitive provider whenever possible to serve customers. For that to happen, the ILEC needs to be made whole. The commission has overseen this very process on a much smaller scale, and LB 722 makes clear that the commission has authority to do the same on a larger scale. Finally, most importantly, the commission must make sure the transition from one provider to another is a smooth transition to customers. Transition is not a simple matter of flipping on a switch. While we want it to happen rapidly, it will not happen overnight. All the issues I've discussed must be considered and addressed. The commission needs to have a clear authority to oversee transition from beginning to end. LB 722 makes that clear. In closing, I would say that the authority LB 722 clearly provides the commission is going to have to work smartly, quickly, and collaboratively with everyone, with the broadband office, with ILECs, with competitive providers, with customers. We have to work together or we won't get a sustainable broadband network built in isolation. I urge you to quickly advance LB 722 and we're glad to answer any questions, and there'll be those behind me that'll have more technical information to answer.
Senator DeBoer.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you how you saw this working with the broadband office bill. Let's say we pass that bill that we heard this morning about the broadband office. Obviously the PSC will retain continuing support, I think, will retain continuing support. So how would this all fit together?
It doesn't change that, and I believe the PSC will be able to address that as well. I don't think it changed that because they still have the NUSF support in that. So it's for
they'll
them.
do all the continuing support, so it
Right,
won't affect it.
that's their responsibility.
But what about overbuilding? Do you think that's the thing that could come up?
That's as far as,
It's okay, I'll ask later.
okay.
I do have a question for you, but
Sure.
that I'm sure almost sure you'll be able to answer, but it doesn't matter. I can ask someone behind you if you can. And it's probably a duh question, but I'd just like to know. Okay, you said in your testimony that the ILEC would be made whole.
Mhm.
Is that negotiated by the competitive company coming in who would pay for the assets that exist? Is that how that works?
Correct.
Okay. See, there you go. Yes, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you, Senator Bostelman, for bringing this bill. Kind of along the same lines as a point of clarification. So you have an existing carrier of last resort that serves my village. Somebody else comes in that is the latest and greatest, and they have a grant. And PSC, so is this telling us that the PSC could force the carrier of last resort to sell to the other one? Or the new entity has to just give money to the carrier of last resort and stays in business?
I think, and they can correct me if I'm wrong with this, we're talking about two different things.
Okay.
First thing is if you have an existing provider, someone gets grants and builds into that area. It provides for them to buy, but pay for that infrastructure that's already exists, so that carrier that provider that's existing doesn't have a financial loss.
But is that?
And the other part of that is then they have the opportunity, if they are willing to take the Kohler, then they can do that. Now, not all companies, say if it's a cable company, they don't have that responsibility, so it wouldn't apply to them.
But does the existing company have an obligation to sell out to the new company?
They don't have an obligation to. I think it's what's worked out between the two companies. This has been done before. Stanton, if you remember Stanton, there was I think it was a boundary thing where there was a number of houses in a subdivision or something that was there that was owned by one company, and another company was building out. They basically bought them out, if you will.
Oh, okay.
That's the best way to.
All right. So you aren't running two competing systems.
Right.
One or the other will be the survivor.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Decay.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Thank you, Senator Bostelman. when it comes to overbuilding, are there any parameters that a company has to meet before they can come in, overbuild on another company, or have legitimate reason to have to meet approval from the commission or not?
So first, there's no overbuilding. The point of it is we don't overbuild. That's the whole point of our legislation we've done is that
Well,
if there's funding
that's what
coming
I
in,
was
we don't
getting at.
overbuild.
I just wanted to know if there, in the state that it is now, if overbuilding, what are the parameters that have to be met before, in telecommunications, I've seen it where they've come in and overbuilt different systems. So I was just wondering.
So if there's a provider who's got copper and they don't provide broadband, then someone comes in and wants to provide broadband, say put fiber in, they can come in and make sure that they don't, pay the infrastructure that's there, that they're not losing out those funds, if you will. But that would be a case where they'd come in and they'd I guess make compensation for that. That company that's leaving would be made whole, if you will, in a sense, for that infrastructure.
Wanted to know. Thank you.
I have one more.
Sure.
In the situation that you proposed where the ILEC could release its COLA, what if it doesn't?
Then
We have two systems that receive NUSF and grant, or does the
so
NUSF
I would let the person
behind you?
answer that.
Okay, I will. All right. Thank you. Is there a proponent who would like to testify for this bill? Proponent.
You get tired of seeing me today. Chairwoman Geist, members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Tanya Mayer, TonyamaYer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LB 722. Senator Bostelman, thank you for introducing this legislation. I drove in last night from Hemingford specifically to testify in support of your bill. I appear today wearing three hats. I'm the general manager of two telephone and broadband providers. One is the Hemingford Cooperative Telephone Company. The Hemingford Cooperative Telephone Company is an incumbent local exchange carrier, or ILEC. You've heard those terms used a few times today, and you'll hear them again. They are important, and I'll talk about them now. As an ILEC receiving universal service funding, Hemingford Co-op had a duty to serve every customer in its ILEC territory. You've heard about that too. It's called the Carrier of Last Resort, or COLA obligation. It has cost Hemingford a lot of money to do this, and we would not have done it without universal service funding. And by 2014, Hemingford had completed fiber deployment to every customer in the entirety of our entire exchange. If you've not been to the Northwest Panhandle, you may not fully fathom how sparsely populated it is. Some of our customers are extremely remote. Hemingford serves customers that are more than 50 miles from our central office in town. And that means we have fiber loops or lines that are longer than 50 miles. The current cost for deploying a mile of fiber is north of $30,000. It is very expensive to serve rural areas. Fortunately, it was less expensive when we built, but it was still very expensive, and it remains expensive to operate and to maintain our network in such rural and remote areas. Without universal support, we could not have built our ILEC network, and we cannot afford to sustain it. We are proud to continue to operate our network and have no plans of stopping. Universal service is important to the sustainability of our network as it was to its construction. I am also the general manager of Mobius Communications. Mobius is a competitive provider offering both telecommunications and broadband services. We have built infrastructure in the territories of other ILECs in the Nebraska Panhandle. Mobius has deployed fiber infrastructure in competitive territory, utilizing funding from a variety of sources, including our own capital, NUSF grants, bridge grants, ARPA grants, and grants from other resources. In areas of Box Butte, Dawes, and Sioux counties, Mobius has constructed over 400 miles of fiber infrastructure and today is serving more than 600 broadband customers and 350 telephone customers. Mobius is not receiving any NUSF support to defray the substantial ongoing costs of maintaining and operating that fiber infrastructure in competitive territory. Rather, the ILEC, with a historical duty to serve that territory, continues to receive an allocation of ongoing NUSF support for the territory. As Senator Bostelman said, this kind of duplicate subsidization is not pragmatic and will not result in a sustainable network over time. If the commission were to redirect that ongoing support to Mobius, we would consider our duty to serve all of the customers, our friends, and our neighbors in the competitive area that we now serve, whether the commission ordered it or not. We would expect the commission to require such obligation as a condition of support. Further, if Mobius receives NUSF support to defray the high cost of it sustaining our competitive network, then we would better be able to expand fiber to reach more customers that currently lack adequate service. And although I do not speak today on behalf of the NTCA, the National Rural Broadband Association, I am privileged to serve on the NTCA board. That responsibility gives me first row insight into thoughtful leadership at the highest levels. My observations as an NTCA board member are certainly reflected in the comments I have made today. And the final official hat that I wear is on behalf of the group of like-minded Nebraska-based broadband providers, all of whom have taken their COLR obligations seriously. The organization is the Nebraska Rural Broadband Alliance. My comments reflect the NRBA's position, and our attorney, Sarah Meyer, will testify later. If you have questions about our interpretation of Senator Bostelman's bill, I would defer them to her. Otherwise, I would be happy to take questions.
Are there any questions on the committee? Are you the one who's behind Senator Bostelman that I'm supposed to redirect my question to, or would that be to Sarah?
Sarah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman Guys. Thank you for your testimony. In your testimony, you said Mobius is not receiving any NUSF support to defray your costs. When Mobius put in their fiber network, then you did that without any outside support,
Just grants or other,
but you
Grant
did
dollars.
receive some grants to
Some
defray the costs.
but we don't receive any NUSF for ongoing operation or expense.
But the incumbent carrier would receive.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. The next proponent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Geist and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Meyer, S-A-R-A-H-M-E-I-E-R, and I'm an attorney at Rumble Ledke Law Firm here to testify in support of LB 722 on behalf of the Nebraska Rural Broadband Alliance, the NRBA. The NRBA consists of both competitive broadband providers and incumbent telecommunications providers or carriers, which we call ILECs. All of the ILECs are proud to say that they have deployed fiber throughout their territories. And I have been asked to provide testimony here today in my capacity as the NRBA's legal counsel on broadband matters involving state and federal regulation and funding. As has been highlighted many times today, Nebraska is set to receive a once-in-a-generation infusion of federal funds for the deployment of broadband infrastructure through ARPA, the Capital Projects Fund, and the BEAD program, to the tune of several $100 million. We are now faced with a limited time frame in which to rapidly scale up our broadband network. Providers are and will be competing funds to build out and underserved areas of the state at an unprecedented rate, which will only increase the regulatory challenge we are experiencing with the transition of service to these areas from ILECs to competitive broadband providers. The NRBA agrees with Senator Bostelman. As Nebraska expends a tremendous amount of federal funding to deploy broadband infrastructure across large rural areas, it is crucial that the deployment strategy and implementation is cost-effective and done in a way to avoid overbuilding, and also ensures that we are capable of and prepared to sustain this vastly increased network over time. LB 722 accomplishes these objectives by clarifying the Public Service Commission's authority over two important issues that are critical to the smooth transition of customers in these large rural areas. First, the bill would ensure that the PSC is actively considering the question of what should happen to NUSF support in areas that have been transitioned from an ILEC to a competitive broadband provider by virtue of programs such as Bridge, ARPA, and BEAD. If the competitive broadband provider takes on service to customers in high-cost areas outside of cities and villages and elects to accept the allocated NUSF support to help defray those ongoing costs of operating and maintaining the infrastructure to serve such areas, then the PSC needs to be prepared to promptly and adeptly determine the appropriate allocation of NUSF support that is necessary to sustain services in these areas. Second, LB 722 would ensure that the PSC is similarly positioned to transfer the historical duties associated with acceptance of NUSF support, namely the duty of the ILEC to serve all customers in the area as the carrier of last resort, what you've heard referred to as the Kohler obligations. And finally, as Senator Bostelman said, with large-scale deployment, it will be impossible to avoid construction where existing ILECs already have some broadband-capable infrastructure. These particular assets, what we might call stranded assets, should be transferred to the competitive provider to serve customers in the transition area. But the ILEC should receive compensation for what is essentially a taking of their property. LB 722 allows the PSC to ensure that the ILEC is financially made whole for the undepreciated value of any surrendered investment. For reference, LB 722 borrows this language from that which is in existing law that already allows the commission to alter exchange boundaries, and that is referenced in section 86-136. A smooth transition in these large rural areas will be critical for ensuring the impending large-scale broadband deployment is done cleanly and efficiently. The PSC's regulatory role in ensuring a smooth transition is mission critical to this upcoming broadband deployment, and LB 722 provides the needed clarity for the PSC to carry out this role efficiently and effectively. For these reasons, the NRBA respectfully urges the committee to advance LB 722. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? So I'll ask you my question. So if the ILEC chooses not to release its obligation, then does the NUSF continue to that ILEC and the grant to the competitive?
Sorry, say that again. So if the ILEC chooses not to accept.
It was posed that if the competitor comes in with a grant and builds up to where the ILEC is serving, then the ILEC can, or the PSC can opt to have the ILEC release its, or the ILEC can release its Kohler responsibility. But what if it opts not to? Would the funding continue as it is to, as it would be?
I see what you're saying. So I think that's, let me clarify. The Kohler obligations are tied to receipt of the NUSF support.
Right.
And so the carrier, the competitive carrier would have to accept the NUSF support in order to be saddled with the new, or with the Kohler obligations.
But does that involve the ILEC saying, okay, we will release this?
So for the ILEC to be released of its Kohler obligations, we would also see their NUSF support be taken away as well. And so this is all part of what would be a negotiation between the two carriers and the PSC.
Okay.
And this bill specifically provides the PSC, or clarifies that they have the authority to kind of oversee this negotiation, which is kind of essentially a buyout, if you will, in layman's terms.
So everyone knows who pays into the NUSF and for what services, just so that our whole committee is sure that they understand how that works.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the NUSF is funded by a fee on each customer's bill, and that goes into a general pot, which then services and maintenance of NUSF. And that ongoing high-cost support is allocated through a model, and that is distributed then to the
And
carrier
is
based on
that,
their exchange.
it used to be exclusively on voice service, correct? And now it's a part of broadband as well, or is it just still voice service?
I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Okay.
Cell phone?
I don't think it's just voice anymore,
Okay.
but I'd have to clarify that one
Okay.
for you.
I'm just curious if all the parties involved are paying into the NUSF to begin with.
Yeah, let me get back to you on that one.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Yes, Senator.
A follow-up question to Senator Geist's question. Are cell customers contributing into the universal service fund?
Cell phone service?
Yeah.
I believe so. I'll have to get back to you on that one too. Let me get back to both of you with
And-
who is paying into the fund.
Okay.
And I
What
believe-
about, I think they are.
I think
but,
they are. I believe they are too.
Yeah.
I didn't bring that.
What's an example of why would the existing phone company want to give up territory?
Maybe
Or
they have
what-
other.
What would this
yeah.
bill solve? Give us an example of what problem it would solve.
Yeah, you bet. So it would be a situation where the telecommunications provider has maybe other priorities for their service model, or they want to expand into other areas. So I know the Stanton example was mentioned earlier. It was Stanton and Lumen were negotiating kind of a transition of this service where Lumen really just kind of wanted to exit that area. And I believe.
One phone company didn't want to continue doing.
They were, I believe, and I'm not as familiar with the particulars of this transaction to that level, but I know that they had other priorities they were looking to advance. And so Stanton came in and they essentially took over those additional 40 customers of Lumen's. And so it was just the transition of services. Does that?
But it couldn't be taken away from a company against their will.
No. Oh, no.
They have to trade territories or want to exit.
Yeah, this was a negotiation between the two companies, and they came to an agreement on the price of the infrastructure, on the undepreciated value of it, and they transitioned to customer service mutually.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator DeBoer.
Thank you. So let me see if I have big picture the idea. And this is going back to 101, because I'm not sure I got it. So currently, in all the high-cost areas, we have the incumbents. And they have sort of every area of inch of high-cost area in Nebraska has incumbents. And those folks get NUSF support to, originally it was provide voice services before broadband existed. Am I right so far? Okay. And so then when broadband became a thing, they wanted to include that somehow. And so what ends up happening is we have continuing support to the local incumbents who provide voice service and also broadband service now in those high-cost areas. Am I off base yet?
No.
Okay. So then, now there's the competitive folks who come in and they can just provide whatever services they want and it's all happy and whatever, but they don't have to be the carrier of last resort so that they don't have to provide those voice services in the area. The carrier of last resort is about voice service, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is about transferring the responsibility for those voice services from a local incumbent to a competitive company, if they make the agreement with the incumbent to do so, because maybe they're transferring this one area out because they don't want to provide it.
It's also about the transfer of the NUSF support dollars.
Right, that's
Yeah.
both,
Mhm, yeah.
both those things, because I understand those two go together.
Yep.
So it's the voice is the responsibility and the NUSF is the perk for the responsibility.
Yeah, the carrot and the stick, if you will.
Yeah, okay. So how is what we have here in 722 new?
It's actually not really new. It just really clarifies the PSC's authority to oversee these negotiations and to ensure that when these companies are handling a transition of service, that they're done to ensure a continuity of service for the customer, that we have kind of proper determinations of NUSF allocation support or NUSF support allocations going correctly to the right companies. It just gives the PSC a little bit more grit in their authority to kind of manage these transactions. It's not really a new concept. It really clarifies the regulatory challenge that we're we're seeing on the ground. And it provides some certainty where the PSC's boundaries are and being able to manage this.
So what is the problem that you're saying it provides some certainty and some grit? What is the problem that's come up? Where have we run into trouble with this?
I would leave that a little bit more to our providers to kind of explain where some of that trouble is. But I think the uncertainty is where we are having, or the real issue is where we're not getting the NUSF support. We're trying to get these not boundaries changed, but we're trying to get these customers switched over when we have the competitive providers come in and they have the broadband infrastructure and they need the maintenance support. But then the trouble is when we're not really, the NUSF isn't really following. And so we need to make sure that that's tracking, that the COLR, that we have, that the ILEC can actually get released from their COLR obligations. And they can just, they don't have to maintain that obligation anymore. And for customers, they don't really, it's not in their best interest to serve anymore. And so we can kind of just transition that release for them as well.
It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that if someone who's competitive has come in and put in fiber, that maintaining the copper line doesn't, I can see why a company would say, we don't want to maintain this copper line. You guys have fiber, you go. But a larger question I have is how the NUSF is tied to voice service and providing carrier of last resort for voice service, and yet now we're talking about broadband obligations. And I can see by your smile
That's
that
a good
you see
question.
that there's
Yeah,
a concern here.
That's a very good question. I think I'd be happy to maybe dive deeper into that and get you more information and more background on kind of the historical transition there with the NUSF. So I'd be happy to answer
So
that
are
more
these
deeply.
new projects that we're building out with fiber that are primarily broadband, but I suppose you can always do voice over fiber as well? Are these new programs going to be supported, in their upkeep with NUSF funds?
Not unless they, right now, no. Let me back up.
Only if they have the COLA.
Not all competitive providers who are coming in are receiving the NUSF support. They are getting the grant money. This is what we're explaining with the double subsidization here. They're receiving the grant money to build out broadband, to build out fiber in these locations, but they're not receiving the funding to maintain that infrastructure over the long term. You have these other telecommunications providers who are providing voice service, maybe on old copper lines. Some of them are broadband capable, some are not. And they are receiving this maintenance support, but not, we're eventually subsidizing two networks, the back end of one and then the front end of another. And that's not sustainable when normally there's not a business case to be made for even one company or one provider to be serving these locations. So we're half subsidizing the current monopoly and the incoming competitor. And it's just not sustainable from a government funding perspective.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Brand.
Thank you, Chairwoman, guys. Thank you for your testimony. In a lot of our small communities, the carrier of last resort has really faded away. I mean, this is a 100-year-old law where at a time it made sense. They do, I don't know what percent they have left of their original customers in a community. In a sense, isn't this a golden parachute for them? It's a chance to cut and run because they have an old copper system here and now this state-of-the-art system is built into town with whatever marketing thing. The free market kind of dictates where a customer is going to go. And I either have this copper system here or I can hook up to this brand new fiber system over here as a customer. Most customers are probably going to go this way. So, I mean, I don't know what assets we're stranding if the assets are functionally obsolete.
Some of them are broadband capable.
Okay.
So, and those are the ones that are undepreciated. For their undepreciated value, the ILEC should be made whole for.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you.
And I will follow up with all of you.
Thank you. Next proponent. Good afternoon. You're just going to enlighten us, aren't you?
Absolutely. Come on today. Good afternoon again, Chairwoman Geist, members of the Transportation Committee and Telecom. My name is Dan Watermeyer, spelled Watermeier, and I'm here today in support of LB 722. The large amounts of federal funding coming to Nebraska for the construction of broadband infrastructure will lead to a great deal of change within our state. While this progress is undeniably necessary, it is also important to make sure that the citizens of our state don't get lost in the shuffle. This bill helps to ensure the transitions of consumers between companies is smooth, that carrier of last resort obligations, which we call COLR, and NUSF support continue without interruption, and that existing infrastructure does not go to waste. We think oversight of these topics will be extremely important in the coming years. And that ends my testimony there. So I will answer any questions, and I've got a few of them in my mind here from they came from different questions around the room here. So I could start off with a comment, or I could allow the question to be repeated.
Why don't you go ahead and start with a comment?
The comment is that $1.75 on every landline and cell phone line goes into the NUSF. In big picture terms, NUSF is tied to the COLR obligation. And what happened here a year or so ago was an amazing work of capitalism in the finest. Up in Northeast Nebraska, an incumbent had been providing a service for years and years. A competitive provider wanted to come into that area and had to start, and it was already in the area, but had started to creep into the areas in which this incumbent had been providing. They, on their own, came to the negotiated agreement in which they would be allowed to sell their assets, which we call the stranded assets. The price cap was offered an amount, or they negotiated an amount to buy out their obligation. But the COLR always still laid there in effect because the COLR goes along with the NUSF. The competitive person, the competitive carrier, had a grant, probably had a grant to build in that area, but didn't have the obligation to take over the COLR until the incumbent released it, and there was a negotiated agreement. What the bill does, and Senator Bostelman described it very well, is that it puts us into a position not to dictate the conversation, but to negotiate it and to actually moderate it, mediate it, however you want to say. We're involved in watching how it goes. We really don't want to get involved in allowing and valuing things, but we do this in a break case, for instance. We're used to looking at values and things. We can look at the value of plant, whether a copper plant or if it's actually got value or it may have a broadband service to it. So we can look at that and give that a value and help oversight that to some degree. That's where this bill goes. And I appreciate Senator Bostelman bringing it to us. There's still some questions maybe about how it might be in the weeds on the technicalities of it. And I think we'll just share that amongst Senator Bostelman and I when we can get to the bottom of that as well.
So you don't currently, as a PSC, have the authority to mediate this negotiation?
Well, we oversaw it in the fact that we knew it was coming. We had a chance. There were several, you heard me say earlier that Senator Fisher had boundary changes that were applied in Nebraska and allowed a person to say, you know what, I'm not getting covered by my incumbent. I want to ask the PSC for a boundary change, which allows us to redraw the boundaries. But there still has to be this obligation of carrier of last resort. So this is going to allow us to see it, watch it, and to oversight it. It's really quite interesting how it goes. And it's, once again, the telecom industry is so unique. It's just difficult to describe even that all goes behind the scenes.
Yes, Senator Mosher.
Are you familiar with the Power Review Board?
Yes, I am.
And when utilities trade territories based on annexations or new creations, the Power Review Board kind of overlooks those transactions to make sure that the one utility compensates the other one correctly for the territory they trade. So this might be a little bit like that.
It may very well be. I'm not sure exactly. I know they don't overlap territories in the public power world, so it could very well act like that.
Well, if you...
But they may have more authority than what we're getting in this bill.
If one power company has the rural and the other one has the city, and then an area is annexed, all of a sudden it was rural and served by the rural district. Now it's going to be served by the power district that serves the city. And so they'd sell that territory to the city run utility. So, well, maybe it's a bad example. 'cause
No,
it
I think
didn't
it's
get us
probably-
anywhere.
It's
But-
fair to be maybe a very good example. They may have a higher level of authority than what we have. I mean, the bottom line to this conversation is that it's a good conversation to be having. I mean, some of the price caps, old copper wires laying around, and they're not anxious to get rid of it because the NUSF has supported that to some degree. And we have stretched our rules as far as we can to make sure we don't do that, but we are obligated by statute. So this encourages the conversation that's going to be better for the consumer, better for any constituent that's in these areas.
Some local copper carrier may be willing to forego their NUSF
Mhm.
fund just to get rid of the territory to somebody else.
That's very likely, yes.
And then the new company has to assume that responsibility if they're going to take that NUSF
Yeah.
funding.
That's the way I would describe it accurately. They would, instead of being the competitive carrier, now they are going to be the incumbent with the obligation of the COLA. And they'll be in that obligated spot, which turns the key on for the NUSF support.
I think I'm beginning to get it. Thank you.
I failed. I failed this fall. I wanted to have a NUSF 101 with you guys as soon as we knew who the committee was, and we just couldn't put it together. This was a conversation that could go on yet this session yet, and we'd be glad to do that. We need to reach out and pull a time together so we can have these conversations. So I might just also interject, Senator Brandt made a point about a golden opportunity to get out. That's what we want to encourage. I mean, if the price cap is declining, has decided internally, they're not going to support that to any more than what they've got out there for the copper plant. We don't want to be inhibiting that conversation. Let's encourage it. Let's get it going, because if we have a carrier that's willing to take a Bridge Act grant or anything else coming down the pipe, we want to encourage that conversation.
Yes, Senator DeBoer.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Are these typically replacing the copper? I mean, is what happens is when the new folks come in, they have fiber there, right?
Yeah,
So we're basically just updating when the new company comes in, they've got fiber. We're kind of just saying, all right, the copper is, we're going to let it go.
they could do that, but as long as they have the COLA obligation, they have to maintain it. And that's what we do, is we oversee that and
They
make
have to
sure.
maintain the copper or?
They have to maintain the phone line in order to be able to receive the NUSF, because it's about phone lines. It's,
Right, so but my question, I guess, is, and this is a technology piece, is do they not just say we're going to provide digital phone to those folks?
that's an option that the new ILEC would have at their choice. They could run it through their ISP and their new fiber. And then that's where we get involved also with making sure they're providing 911.
Right.
All those different pieces of the puzzle come together at that point in time. So yes, more than likely, they would bring it, the new phone line, the new COLA obligation would come over the fiber.
It would transition over to the fiber.
It would be seamless. It would just go, yeah.
Okay. So about the phone, but we're really providing broadband. How does that work? I mean, this is a voice line, but really now we're trying to upkeep a broadband line. Is there a way to transition this so that, I mean, we're charging money on landlines and cell phones, so it seems to be about voice lines. Obviously, the carrier of last resort piece is about voice. You're not required to provide broadband.
Right.
So it still stays with the voice, and yet we're using it to supplement and upkeep basically broadband facilities.
You've hit on the issue about preemption, which talks about state lines and how we are regulated at the federal level. And so you hit on that point. It's difficult, and still telecommunications as defined still didn't have the broadband in there. So we're stretching our interpretation, we're stretching our use of the NUSF as hard and as much as we possibly can, because we feel like we are responding to the needs, what needs to happen in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Brandt.
Thank you, Chairwoman Geist. Does Kohler have a market value today?
That's a good question. That would probably come up. It would be more like if the Kohler actually had fiber or some updated copper, updated equipment. But if it was just the old strand, it may be laying, not maintained very well at all. I wouldn't. But every one of those would be judged accordingly.
If I were a new carrier why wouldn't I trench 1 mile of fiber through the town, the village? Because we all know in the rural areas, the Kohler goes 5, 6, 10 miles out of town on those old copper wires that go to those few farms or farmsteads out there. I don't want that, because that fiber costs $30,000 plus to bury it in the ground, and you might have to go 2 miles before you pick up one customer. And yet I go 1 mile through the village and I pick up 4, 5, 600 customers. I mean, am I reading this wrong?
No, you are reading it correctly. That's where the economic model of every situation is very, very different. That competitive ILEC is going to have to look at that, count up the costs of what it's going to take to reach that very far end, and knowing that they're going to probably buy in all these other locations that are be easy to get. That's a decision they'll have to make. We meaning the PSC, would not be able to mandate you need to buy this to get the Kohler obligation funds. But you hit on it. You're exactly right.
Yeah, back to what Senator DeBoer was hitting on before. If let's say I'm the new operator and I decide to take on the Kohler of the exchange, and we're all fiber now. We're a fiber exchange with voice. Because we're not copper, do you still have power of regulation over, is it over the Kohler or over the exchange because it is a Kohler?
It's over the Kohler obligation. So what you're getting at, let me make sure I heard you correctly. Well, just rephrase it if you want to, but before I get too far there, it's not like an incumbent can just decide he's going to take over the Kohler obligation. That's where the negotiation has to happen between those parties.
Right. Yep.
Usually happens in the fact that an incumbent's going to get a grant. They're going to be close to the area, but they're not going to quite overbuild everything that the carrier obligation is there already. Before that happens, they'll get this figured out and we'll decide the value. Okay, what's left there in some of the copper plant? Some of it may be improved to where it carries a good amount of broadband and has a lot of value to it. So the idea is it's not up to the carrier, the competitive carrier. It's going to be up to an agreement between the competitive and the incumbent.
All right.
That's the key. I mean, I think that's the role it needs to be. We don't want to have government in there telling them, you guys got to consolidate. It needs to be just like this. And this is going to prelude, and this is why it's helpful. I think it's healthy for the industry, and it's healthy for the consumer as well.
All right. Thank you.
Senator Mosher.
So does the whole amount of the monthly fee per line go to the incumbent phone company?
It's a complicated model, I will tell you. The state generates around $52 million a year. We split that up between price caps, rate of returns. Each one of those groups have a model in which it's divvied out back to them. We also cut off a small amount of that money and we build and support and encourage cell phone development. So that's the area I'm talking about, how we stretch the rules to some degree because we know cell phones provide broadband. And we pull out a little bit of money every year out of that account, and we have started to support and encourage cell phone use.
So if a phone company has 500 customers in a town and you say it's $1.75 per line?
Yes.
So it's $10,000, $10,500 a year. So they have to decide whether they want to take, and they don't get all of that.
They don't get it all, no.
What would they get?
Oh,
8,000?
Senator, no, I couldn't give you an example of the dollars. There's a model based on it. You heard us talk about ACAM, which is a federal model. It's broadband 101 that I said I failed on. I wanted to come in here and explain that to you.
All right, let me ask you a different question. So whatever the local carrier's getting per year to serve those customers, they have to look at whether they want to continue to operate those services and get that universal service fund money.
There's no
or
choice.
Whether they want to sell it to somebody else and get out from underneath.
Exactly. Senator Brand had mentioned this might be the golden opportunity for them to get out. They don't have a chance to get out of there unless somebody buys it from them. They can't just renege it.
There might be value to the physical parts, like Senator Grant, General Grant. Senator Grant was talking about. But there might be value in the amount of universal service fund money you get for what territory you're covering. So maybe you're making money on that. So the customers might be worth something as well as the physical plant.
Exactly.
But probably not.
But this conversation is healthy. I mean, I'm just telling you, it's not like consolidating by force. It's coming together in economics and it's working. It's going to work. I just can sense it's work. We've come off center and it's moving. We have a good example to go by it. Northeast Nebraska, and it's working.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator DeBoer.
One more quick question. Do we have to pass 722 in order for you to have jurisdiction to supervise these transitions? Like, can you do it in the meantime before we would pass it?
We have done it already.
Uh-huh.
We monitor it, we watched it, we had an open docket. We tried to close it at least 5 or 6 times while they were still negotiating it. I don't think we inhibited it at all, the conversation. It just takes that long. So I would say we've done it, but this is going to make it more
Official.
It's going to make it more in concrete. It puts everybody on notice that we can do it. All the carriers, incumbents, and competitors, they all now know that we can do it. That we're going to try to give them an out on these areas that are not being served.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Admiral Geist, thank you for having me.
You bet. All right. Are there any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Chairwoman Geis and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee, my name is Kevin Choquette, Kevinchoquette. I live and farm in Franklin County in south central Nebraska. I don't do as much with the day-to-day farm operations these days. More of my time is spent on electrical work, mainly for agricultural producers, but for other businesses and some homes as well. I am a customer and member of Glenwood Telephone Membership Cooperative, which offers fiber-based telecommunications and broadband services to all of its locations within its service territory for exchange. I've also served on Glenwood's Board of Directors for the past 25 years. I'm currently chairman of Glenwood's board. Glenwood serves customers throughout south central Nebraska in the counties of Adams, Clay, Fillmore, Franklin, Kearney, Phelps, Thayer, and Webster. We also provide services in rural Keith County, north of Lake McConaughey. Here's what I have to say about LB 722. As a longtime member of Glenwood's board, I understand the difficulty and high cost of serving sparsely populated areas. Glenwood has received government support to provide telephone and broadband services to customers in rural areas. And we put that support in the ground in the form of fiber. We completed fiber deployment to all of our locations in Glenwood, south central Nebraska exchanges a long time ago. And in 2014, Glenwood acquired a large exchange in Keith County area north of McConaughey. Within 3 years, we had completed fiber deployment not only to all of the nice lake shore properties, but also to the cattle ranchers scattered throughout the southern reaches of the Sandhills. There are not very many of them, and they are miles apart. They are very expensive to connect by fiber and to serve. We at Glenwood understand the importance of universal service support. Without it, we could not have built fiber infrastructure, including the expensive electronic components in the rural areas we serve. We could not afford to operate and maintain our network without universal service support. In the past 2 years, Glenwood has received a number of grants under the Broadband Bridge program. I would like to thank all of you, the senators who were part of establishing that program. It has not been without wrinkles, but it is working. I agree with Senator Bostelman, who said the challenge process used to avoid overbuilding is slowing down deployment. We cannot afford to build Nebraska one location at a time. That is one critical purpose of LB 722. The other critical purpose of LB 722, I will shed more light on, is the need to make sure we can continue to operate and maintain the network we are building. Once we build this network, we must obtain it. In rural areas, our company, as an incumbent exchange carrier, or ILEC, would not be able to continue to maintain and operate our network without universal service support. We could not fulfill our obligations as a carrier of last resort. I may not be a technical expert on broadband, but I can tell you that it's very expensive to operate and maintain broadband networks in rural areas. The importance of the Universal Service Fund support cannot be overstated. As territories change hands, we need to make sure that the universal service support is made available to the competitive provider so that it can afford to continue to operate and maintain the network. As Glenwood pursues broadband projects made possible by the bridge, ARPA, and BEAD, we're doing so as a competitive broadband provider. We continue to operate as an ILEC in our historical exchange carriers. But as Glenwood ventures out to help unserved and underserved customers outside of our old exchanges, we need to do so as a competitive provider. In our rural Franklin County project, for example, Glenwood received bridge grant funding to competitively build and exchange areas in which another ILEC was historically responsible. In order for Glenwood to continue to serve the rural Franklin County area, once we completed our fiber build, we need NUS support to help with the significant ongoing cost of operating and maintaining that fiber network. The current ILEC will no longer need universal service support for that area. Glenwood is willing to take on that ILEC's carrier of last resort obligations. Doing so is a responsible trade-off for accepting the public funding necessary to sustain the network. The way I look at it is this: it would be hard to look my Franklin County neighbors in the eye and tell them that Glenwood is not offering them service, even though we're getting public assistance to do so. I would not do that. If Glenwood is getting public funding to serve, we will serve. This concludes my testimony. Thank you, Senator Assam, for introducing LB 722. I urge you, Committee, Senator Geist, to advance it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? I do not see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair, guys, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Andrew Vinton. That's spelled ANDREW-VINTON. I'm the in-house legal counsel and lobbyist for Allo Communications. I'll spare you the company introduction I gave this morning and simply state that Allo supports the concepts outlined in LB 722. Recent and upcoming broadband grant programs solely fund the construction of fiber broadband networks. They do not address the issue of how to operate and maintain these networks over the long term. Allo firmly believes that once public grant funds are used to build ubiquitous fiber networks in a high-cost area, Nebraska Universal Service Fund support for that area should be shifted to the new competitive provider. Likewise, if the new provider elects to receive NUSF support for the area, it should also take over carrier of last resort obligations for the area in which it received the funding and commits to provide ubiquitous service. This will ensure that ongoing high-cost support is used to fund the best available networks while allowing the incumbent to retire its existing obsolete network plan should it so choose. To ensure continuity and quality of service, this process will require significant organization, coordination, and cooperation between the incumbent provider, the new competitive provider, and the PSC. This concept will require thoughtful consideration and likely additional action from both the Legislature and the Public Service Commission before it is ready to implement. And I'm glad to see this conversation is taking place. It is an important piece to the puzzle of deploying and maintaining high-quality fiber broadband service to all Nebraskans. And I should add that Allo is purely a competitive provider, purely a CLEC, but with the advent of new rural grant programs, should we receive a grant to build a rural high-cost area that is unserved or underserved, we would be open to seeking NUSF support and accepting COLR obligations for that area. And with that, I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have.
But are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lash, L-A-S-H, Chaffin, C-H-A-F-F-I-N. I represent the League of Nebraska Municipalities, and I would like to support the concepts outlined in this bill. If I learned anything this morning, it was that the next 3 or 4 years are going to be crazy in Nebraska with all the funding coming forward and all the customer expectations, and anything the legislature can do to bring clarity and perhaps speed to the process of trading customers, exchanging customers, and particularly if it's a process that's willfully done by both parties. I think that's going to help that's a step that can help the process move along. I didn't really even realize the process existed until I had a long conversation with Public Service Commissioner Tim Schramm about this very, very subject. And then based on that conversation, I've asked a few questions as well. And I guess it's probably obvious to everybody except me that there will be lots of customer swaps in the next few years as technology, and even between now and 2 years from now, technology may change. This is, the world is speeding by very, very quickly. So, but I'll certainly answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I do not see any. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Candace Meredith, CandaceMeredith, and I am the Deputy Director of the Nebraska Association of County Officials, otherwise known as NACO, and I am here today as a proponent of LB 722. Again, as Lash mentioned, and without the large amounts of federal broadband program monies coming in, the transition of providers in these large rural areas will be increasing. Therefore, we do support LB 722 to provide the PSC with the authority to assist with an efficient transition of affordable service to our rural customers, which does include the Nebraska Universal Service Fund support, which is an important piece of the ongoing operation and maintenance of the network in our rural areas. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Chairwoman Geist, members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. For the record, my name is John Hanson, John, Hanson, Hansen. I'm the president of Nebraska Farmers Union. I thank Senator Bostelman for bringing this bill forward. For those of us who have been working on this issue long since before Shep's mother was a pup, there's just an incredible amount of incongruity in rural Nebraska. We have, you've heard from several of the cooperatives here today that invested a long time ago with a minimum of help, buried dark fiber. And so we have areas in rural Nebraska that have had better service longer than we've had in Lincoln. Well, great for them. But then we've also had areas that were just obvious that we thought, would be getting good service who didn't. And so you have folks, all of whom have been getting financial support, some of whom have been providing really good services, some of whom who haven't. So from our perspective, we think that the Public Service Commission is the appropriate entity to help supervise a lot of conversations that in our view needs to be held. And there needs to be a lot of conversations between folks, and folks need to either, fish or cut bait. And so for too long, we've had entities set on areas that were just, tomorrow, and tomorrow never came. But so we've been long on promises, short on delivery. And so we think that the public interest will be better served if the Public Service Commission clearly has the responsibility to be able to oversee these conversations. And so we thank Senator Bostelman for bringing forward, we think, a very constructive clarification that we think will serve rural areas well. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions, although I have to tell you, I've heard an awful lot of really quality testimony in this hearing room today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Yes, comes a quality question.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Mr. Hanson, you just alluded to that we need to have conversations between folks. Who's all the folks, who's the entities involved in that you think should be involved in those conversations?
Well, we have some service areas that in our view, companies have been setting on. They haven't really followed through. They haven't really developed. And so you have some new folks. It's an exciting time because we're finally getting the attention and the money now that we see where we've got, we've had folks who have wanted to provide services who haven't had the opportunity to do so in the past. And so the issue of territories needs to be between, in our view, companies, but also stakeholders within those areas. And so, there's the folks who, in one part of the service area being well-served, have one story to tell, but the folks who are further, in my case, 12 miles from town, folks like our farm, we have a very different story to tell. And so you need to get the stakeholders that are actually impacted in the area, do the mapping, get the data, find out what's actually going on, find out who's, in a more detailed way, who's actually being served and who's not. And I think it's better to have more stakeholders in the room, but at the end of the day, I want the folks who are getting served as part of that conversation.
So you're saying that the end-use customer, the telecommunications company, and probably the fiber suppliers all need to be at the table together going forward?
I think so, and I think the Public Service Commission could play a constructive role. And at the end of the day, they have the technical expertise and the regulatory expertise to hopefully help make sure that the public interest is being served.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Proponents. Are there any opponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Geist and members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Dayton Murty, spelled D-A-Y-T-O-N-M-U-R-T-Y, and I'm testifying today in opposition to LB 722 on behalf of Charter Communications. Charter is a leading broadband connectivity company and cable operator providing superior high-speed internet, voice, video, and mobile services under the brand name Spectrum to more than 32 million customers across 41 states. In Nebraska, we serve over 178,000 customers in 90 communities. And in 2021, we paid over $20 million in taxes and fees, and we invested over $36 million in private capital to expand our network to reach an additional 8,000 homes and small businesses. In its current form, LB 722 would impose the carrier of last resort obligations that incumbent telephone companies accept in exchange for high-cost universal service fund support on all applicants for broadband funding under broadband infrastructure grant programs. By requiring a transfer of carrier of last resort obligations to broadband grant applicants who are not USF participants and cannot fit into that regulatory structure, it would be disqualifying certain broadband service providers from these grant programs before applications are even submitted. Every broadband service provider should be allowed to submit an application to Nebraska's broadband infrastructure grant programs and have the Public Service Commission or future state broadband office evaluate and score their application to serve unserved and underserved Nebraskans on a level playing field. This bill would undermine the state's broadband expansion goals, making it more costly and delaying the deployment of broadband to everyone in the state by cutting out every potential applicant for broadband grant funds except for incumbent telephone providers. With all this said, it is my understanding from private conversations and from testimony today that this was not the intention of the bill, and we are happy to work with the sponsor and interested parties to find an appropriate policy solution for carrier of last resort transfers between various universal service fund participating companies without impacting broadband grant applicants who do not participate in the universal service fund. Charter would urge your vote against advancing LB 722 in its current form. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Senator DeBoer.
Thank you. So you're concerned that, my understanding of the bill is that no one's required to take USF and carrier of last resort obligations.
That's what's been stated today, but the bill reads the Public Service Commission shall have the authority to make the following determinations before any award, grant, or redirection of such funds is made, and goes on to speak of transferring the carrier of last resort obligations. So if
You
it's
just
not.
want to clarify that this is not a required obligation change, but could happen. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator, members of the committee. My name is John Wyville, W-Y, as in Victor, I-L-L. I'm with COP Communication, and I am the governmental affairs manager, and I am aware of the lateness of the hour, so I will be brief. We are in opposition of the bill in present form. We have reached out to the proponent lobbyists as well as gave the legislative aid for the sponsor a heads up that we had some concerns, and we are hoping to draft some language that is acceptable to the proponent so that we can tender it to the sponsor of the legislation. Our primary concern is it inadvertently provides carrier of last resort responsibility to cable companies for this bill. And I'll open it up for any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Yes, Senator DeBoer.
So as long as that's clarified, that it's
Yeah.
not inadvertently providing it to anybody who doesn't want to take them on, you're okay?
Yeah, we're just seeking clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other opponents? Any opponents? Are there any who wish to testify in the neutral capacity? Good afternoon.
Chairperson Geist, members of the committee, my name is Tip O'Neill. It's spelled T-I-P-O''N-E-I-L-L. And I'm president of the Nebraska Telecommunications Association. We're a trade association that represents a lot of companies that provide landline voice and broadband telecommunication services in Nebraska. The NTA is providing neutral testimony on LB 722. There is much in the bill that we support. For example, when an exchange gets overbuilt by another voice provider using state or federal broadband deployment funds, that would make it economically unfeasible for the incumbent carrier to continue to provide the service. We believe that the transfer of carrier of last resort obligations should accrue to the new provider if it can be negotiated. We are, as companies within the NTA, working toward consensus relating to how some of the defined terms work, smooth transition, undepreciated investment, some of those sort of things that are also in the bill. We're continuing to work on those issues, and we look forward to working with Senator Bostelman as we move forward to get something that we think works for Nebraska. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other neutral testimony? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor, Taylor, Teeple, T as in Tom, E-E, P as in Peter, E-L-L. I'm with Lumen Technologies. I'm the Director of Government Affairs. Lumen has been serving the residents of Nebraska for over 120 years under the brands of Northwestern Bell, United Telephone Company of the West, US Telecom, Quest, CenturyLink, and now Lumen. During that time, we have seen each of the neighboring states of Nebraska, in an effort to increase their competitive nature, create a path for the carrier of last resort relief. In doing so, they created a more competitive and fair regulatory environment for all providers. We believe with the competitive state program, with the influx of new providers and technologies, that Nebraska is more than ready to make the change to incorporate care of last resort relief into the regulatory environment of the state. LB 722 creates a much needed conversation in the state of Nebraska, and we welcome any conversations around carrier of last resort relief. We appreciate any time states take an effort to bring in line with the competitive nature of the 96 Federal Telecommunications Act and with the FCC 214 process that exists right now for carrier of last resort relief. That being said, although we support the nature of the bill, we do have concerns with some of the terms in this legislation. We have some language that we look to address with the author. We look forward to working with the committee to make sure that the final product is fair and competitive for all providers. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Frederickson.
Thank you, Chair, guys. So to clarify, when you say clarifying some of the language, would your concerns be addressed similar to the previous two opponents?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple issues. The smooth transition is a phrase that's used in there. That is arbitrary. We're not sure exactly what that would entail. The undepreciated assets is a bit of a concern. The reality is, over that 120 years, we have invested billions of dollars in the state of Nebraska. Those are assets that we still use. We have customers, we don't abandon customers. And the fact that those equipment would be transferred to another provider without being compensated is concerning, to say the least.
Sure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Any other neutral testimony? Senator Bostelman, you are welcome to close. And as you close, there is one letter of opposition, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Geis. I'd like to thank all the testifiers who come in today. Some of them traveled some distance to be here. So I really want to thank them again. It helps the committee process a lot when you travel in. We knew about the Kohler question of the opposition. So that was something we know about already. And that was, as I introduced the bill, as the intent of the bill, why I stressed that that was not something that we expected this bill to do, to transfer that Kohler, force them to do that. So we'll continue to work on that. The other comments at the end, we'll find out what those are. We've reached out before, they didn't respond. So we'll find out what those comments might be, what that is. This is about unserved and underserved areas, old equipment, old infrastructure being replaced with new. And then making sure that we're able to properly provide funding so they can continue to provide those services in those areas we have. Got a big job to do coming, looking ahead of us. And this is just one of those things that I think is important for us to provide some clear information for the Public Service Commission as we move forward. So with that, thank you for your time.
Are there any additional questions? Yes, Senator Mosher.
I don't know if this is in your realm of knowledge or not, but have there been cases where the local phone company goes broke and nobody is available to serve those customers? What happens in that case?
I don't know.
No, that sounds like an honest answer.
Sorry.
Any additional questions? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We'll end the hearing for LB 722. We're going to take 3 minutes so the committee can stand up and stretch, and then we'll do LB 155. Senator DeBoer, you may open on LB 155.
Thank you, Chair Geist. Good afternoon, and also to fellow members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Wendy DeBoer, W-E-N-D-Y, D-E-B-O-E-R, and I represent Northwest Omaha in the 10th Legislative District. I'm here today to introduce LB 155. LB 155 is a simple clarification to the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act. The statement of intent summarizes the bill well. The intent of LB 155 is to clarify that the prohibition on the imposition of a tax fee or rate on a communication service provider authorized to operate in the right-of-way found in the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act applies only to the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act. In other words, small cell means small cell and nothing else. The Small Wireless Facility Deployment Act was passed in 2019 as LB 184 and was the product of over 7 years of negotiations and work. The Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act gives wireless providers the right to co-locate small wireless facilities within the right-of-way as long as they do not create obstructions or hinder public safety. As part of LB 184, we prohibited local jurisdictions from imposing or collecting a tax fee or rate on installations of these small wireless facilities or small cells. It was understood by all parties that this prohibition on fees applied only to small cell devices and other such devices governed by the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act. However, it came to my attention that certain jurisdictions have interpreted the prohibition on fees found in the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act to apply to any fees on any communication service providers co-locating in the right-of-way. This was never the intent of LB 184. As such, at the request of the City of Omaha, I introduced LB 155 to clarify the prohibition found in Nebraska Revised Statute 86-1241, Section 2, which is that it applies only to situations governed by the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act. Small cell equals only small cell, and we're just clarifying what's already in the law, which is that this only applies to the small cells. Okay, I'm happy to answer any questions which the committee may have, and I urge you to advance LB 155 to general file.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. I have to speak for myself, but some of us have PTSD from this original legislation.
I may also.
Senator DeBoer, I'm sorry, Senator Mosher. I am just not on today.
All the questions come from this end or here.
Sorry about
Blurring
that.
this together. So currently, some telecom or broadband companies are not wanting to pay tax because they think that small cell companies don't, and they shouldn't either. Is that kind
I
of?
think it's mostly jurisdictionally based. Some people would just like some clarification on what the legislation all controlled, and we're just providing that clarification for them in accordance with the agreement that we had back in 2019 when we passed the small cell wireless. Nobody's actually wanted to change anything. They just want to clarify what we said before. So we're clarifying.
And small cells are of a particular generation of cell phones? Are those
I don't know how to answer that
4G,
question.
5G?
You know what? I'll let someone else with more technical expertise answer that question.
Okay.
Any additional questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman, guys, members of the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. My name is Bernard Indenbosch. First name B-E-R-N-A-R-D. Last name Indenbosch, 3 words. First word is lowercase I-N. Second word is lowercase d as in David, E-N. And third word is capital B as in boy, O-S-C-H. I may have spelled it a few times in my life. And I'm here to testify in favor of, and I'm employed by the City of Omaha as a deputy city attorney. And I'm here to testify in favor of LB 155 and to some extent probably the reason why we're here. The purpose of LB 155, I think it's fairly simple, is to clarify the intention of the Small Wireless Facilities Development Act, which I understood was a very thorough discussion that occurred a number of years ago. I think 86-1241 subsection 2, which is the section that has the addition to it, was inserted to make clear that no fees in addition to those contemplated by the act that was adopted by the legislature could be paid for small wireless providers. And that legislative history frankly confirms that that was the case. Unfortunately, I think as you read the language, and me as a lawyer reading the language recently, and I will tell you in a few minutes why this kind of came up, the language doesn't appear to be so limiting to small wireless facilities. It appears to include all communication providers, which is a broader definition and includes, in particular, for the area we're interested, people who put in fiber within our right-of-way. The purpose of this particular change just makes it clear that this particular limitation on fees was for things relative to the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act, which was the purpose of the particular act. Why are we here? The city was contacted by Google Fiber and Ubiquity. Google Fiber providing their own broadband to citizens. Ubiquity is a company that puts in fiber and then sells it to other people to be able to do it, to install fiber for broadband and voice over internet protocol. I know what the initials mean. I can't claim that I know how it actually functions. And they wanted to use city right-of-way. As we were going through the negotiations and you know, people who want to use city right-of-way, we are permitted to do it as long as they do so within the parameters, right depth, so that they're not interfering with other things, whatever else. We were going through the discussions with them, and they frankly offered to pay a fee, 2% of gross income, which is something that they do across the country, do in jurisdictions all around. But as we were looking at this particular thing, there was a concern that this particular language, because it referenced communication services providers, which included, at least as I looked at the federal and state law, included Google and what they were providing, that this acted as a prohibition against doing so. I'm aware, and I know Mr. Chaffin will testify after me, he can talk more about it specifically. There are a number of political subdivisions in the state that charge fees for the use of their right-of-way for fiber. At least how I read the act would be inconsistent with what the law currently permits. And that's one of the things that we hope to rectify. So this was not a case of anybody bringing it to our attention because they didn't want to pay a fee. Quite frankly, they indicated a willingness to do so. It was us looking at the law saying we're concerned about being able to charge. I contacted attorneys from several other cities and political subdivisions in Omaha, or around Omaha, Bellevue, Papillion, Lincoln. We talked through it and discussed my interpretation of the act, and they read it and found they had similar concerns after reading the act. I did talk to one of the attorneys for the Public Service Commission to see, and I can't give an official position, but I wanted to get some input as to whether or not I was all led in my reading of the act. And they understood it and at least indicated that they had some similar concerns. So we believe that this language will clarify what that is. It will allow, if we want to regulate the fiber broadband, we can certainly do that through another vehicle. But the purpose here was to deal with the Small Cell Wireless Deployment Act, the unintended consequences of this paragraph, and we believe this removes that unintended consequence. And so we'd ask you to approve it. I'm happy to answer any questions, obviously.
Thank you. Yes,
Yes,
Senator Frederickson.
Thank you, Chair Geist. I don't yet have PTSD secondary to small cell, but I'm not going to rule that out as a possibility. Thank you for being here to testify today. So I just want to clarify. So what I'm understanding from what you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So would this cleanup enable the city of Omaha to capture fees from Google, should that be something that they would want to do?
It would. In our agreement with Google, actually, it lays out what the fee would be.
Okay.
But it indicates that we wouldn't be able to charge a fee until such time as there was a change in the law that permitted it.
Sure, okay.
With 6 months' notice, then we're able to collect that fee. They obviously haven't built any structure yet. They're just starting the planning process.
Okay, and should this not pass, this bill, is there any plan to sort of address the competitive landscape in the city?
Well, if this bill doesn't pass, we're in a position where we've indicated to Google, frankly, we've indicated to Ubiquity, we've had some conversations with Cox. The rules that we'll provide for using our right-of-way are going to be the same irrespective of the entity that wants to do it. I think we have an obligation to do that as a public entity. Sure. What it means is we wouldn't have the ability to charge a fee for use of that right-of-way for them or for anybody else. We already have some things that we don't charge political subdivisions for use of our right-of-way already through state law and code. But so it wouldn't necessarily change it, but it would effectively mean that we could not move forward with that. That's the net effect. And I think more, not just with us, I think there's a number of governmental entities, municipalities and counties throughout the state that are currently receiving a fee, that there's some question as to whether or not they would have the ability to do so.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if the question of small cell definition is in your.
Just a second, just for the transcriber, this is Senator Mosher speaking, so go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
But these are the typically 5G, small, low power transmitters that are spread out over a wide area.
Well, that's certainly what the small wireless facilities are, as I understand them, and I'm not an expert. But what we're talking about as far as in our right-of-way, we're talking about the laying of fiber, which is not within the definition in the statute that's controlled by the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act.
Okay.
So this should not have any effect on the small towers that were being put in, I think primarily to facilitate 5G because of the need to have more towers, more densely populated in order to have that service. But I know a little bit because I have teenage boys who help me keep a little bit current on technology, but I'm by no means an expert, so.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Geist, members of the committee. My name is Lash, L-A-S-H, Chaffin, C-H-A-F-F-I-N. I am a staff member at the League of Nebraska Municipalities, and I would like to offer up the League's support for LB 155. I don't want to spoil the ending for Senator Frederickson and Senator Decay, but the League opposed the small cell bill. And, is that an understatement? I don't know, but determining intent is sometimes tough. But when the city of Omaha talked to our staff about the possible need for this bill, I did a couple things. I called up a gentleman named David Young, who at the time worked for the city of Lincoln and was the chief negotiator on the municipal side for the one cell bill. And I said, did you intend this to apply to fiber? And he goes, oh, no, of course not. This was for the facilities, the network of small cell facilities. Fiber is a different thing. And then I went on, and as probably several of the senators at this table do, we had a big file of stuff on the small cell bill. And I started going through our promotional material, much of which I hope you recycled at some point, but because we killed a lot of trees on that bill. We gave you a lot of information. And consistently, our promotional material opposing the small cell bill referred to fiber separately. And it was one of our arguments on a regular basis was that fiber is the preferred technology that the cities want, not the small cell technology. So we clearly were distinguishing the two technologies at the time. Now, I don't know that we thought about it in context of what's going on today, but clearly in our mind, those were separate and distinct technology tracks going on. And then I looked at some letters actually I pulled the file for the senator from Beatrice at the time, and the cities, as they wrote him letters, several of them referred to fiber in a different way than they referred to small cells. So I think at the time, it's very difficult to rewrite intent or guess what people were thinking at the time. I mean, there is some legislative history that clearly talks about small cells, and I think what we were thinking is in writing through our promotional materials, admittedly for different reasons, but I think it says where our head was at the time. And I will say, I also did a few other things. I looked at a few right-of-way agreements from various cities. Inserting technology definitions into easement language is very difficult. First, writing down the definition of any technology doesn't work very well. I mean, if we were to go to a college kid, a 30-something at the coffee shop, my wife and my dad, and ask them what dark fiber meant, you'd get 4 completely different answers. And probably all of them correct. Well, maybe my dad, maybe not, but everybody else would be correct. And I think it's very difficult to insert these definitions into an agreement that compounded by the fact that every city acquires easements and right-of-way in a slightly different way. I mean, these are essentially real estate contracts in a very simplified form. And like the city of Lincoln also owns the electric system. City of Grand Island owns the electric system. So when they acquire an easement, they acquire it in a much different way than Omaha might. So I certainly can understand how there are different legal interpretations of how that section needs to be read. And I think clarification of that section would be something that would be very helpful to City of Omaha and possibly other cities who may need to read it in a way that restricts their ability to work with the fiber ring companies. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents? Are there any opponents of LB 155? Any who wish to testify in the neutral capacity? Senator DeBoer, you are welcome to close. And as you come to close, there are 2 letters of support for the record for LB 155.
I just want to say, this is just a clarification, just a cleanup, just trying to make what was the legislative intent into the legislative language, and that's all it is. All right.
Any
That's it.
questions for the senator? Seeing none, that will close the hearing on LB 155 and hearings for the day. Thank you.